Well, it's amazing, isn't it? 24 hours ago, a bit longer than that, I suppose, that West Indies were looked down and out on their feet in the field as England put on 90 for the 10th wicket in their first innings. The bowlers looked tired and devoid of inspiration. Fast forward a couple of days, you watched one of their men make a maiden 100 with a lead on the board. Suddenly there's plenty of spring in steps.
First runs for England.
A little bit of swing with that new ball for Kemar Roach. Seen that throughout the series. He wanted to make the ball go away from the left-handed Lees from around the wicket.
Sea off stump in a couple of these leaves so far. Another gully gone in. 2 slips, 2 gullies.
Alex Lees is working very hard, having been dismissed twice by Kemar Roach with the ball nipping back in. Working very hard to keep that front pad, his right leg, out of the way. Going to get his head over off stump. Kemar Roach, with that ball swinging away from him, though, might think, I've got half a chance of getting him to nick off. If Lees has just felt as though he's a little bit too far away from the ball for his liking, so he's just adjusted and gone over to middle stump.
Two without loss.
Off stump. Middle. Roll his right arm over.
Still making his way in the game, still a young man. Jaden Seals sharing the new ball with Roach. In many ways quite appropriate that Seals was at the other end when Da Silva got his first Test match 100. Had to go through the gears, up and down the gears. What a moment.
Yeah, pure emotion from Josh Da Silva. Saw the pair of them in the ocean this morning for breakfast. Inseparable around the West Indies team group. And Seals got him there.
Short cover in place. And it was there at cover that Crawley fell in the first innings to Kyle Mayers, where Shamar Brooks, number 13, is positioned.
Any number of people consulted there. Craig Brathwaite makes the final decision not to review, but Holder and De Silva had their say. This one nipped back. It's a danger delivery early on in the innings for Zach Crawley. Big man though, outside his crease, probably going over the top.
I hope he's okay. It's ricocheted off Seals past Kemar Roach for 4.
Just an illustration of the power of Zach Crawley. Absolutely drilled it back at the bowler. I mean, it's notionally a chance, I suppose. Chance to visit the orthodontist.
In the air past Brooks at short cover. Back-to-back boundaries for Crawley. 10 without loss.
After 2 overs, their second inning, England 10 without loss, Crawley 8, and these on 2, England 10 without loss.
Positive intent from Crawley. Not sure he entirely meant to loft it over extra cover. That's a dismissal in the first innings. Issue for Zach Crawley that in his setup, for me, his weight is not far enough forward over his front knee, and that shows up on that extra cover drive, because the tendency is that the hands will go out at it, but the weight will be back. That's why the ball ends up going in the air. Fortunately for him, he hits it like a rocket, so he gets away with it.
No bounce whatsoever on that last one. One of the reasons why perhaps Kemar Roach could also focus on the one on the angle that comes back in, just shake the seam in the other way. Lee's already inclined not to get that right leg across and off stump. No chance for Da Silva. 14 without loss.
That's a big ask.
West Indies would have discussed getting a few wickets before that lead evaporates. If it does, maybe 3, maybe 4, just to call a number. Those specialist spin and Brathwaite may be looking around, who are my guys to hit a good length more often than others. There's saw with Brathwaite himself yesterday, as well as Shamar Brooks, a couple of deliveries keeping low. Who are the guys that hit it more than others? Jason Holder in this game, of the players here, 73%. Kyle Mears, yeah, he generally bowls a good length at medium pace. Then you go down the scale. Wonder if Holder can put his hand up and say, now is my time.
Certainly looks to be positivity in the mind of Zach Crawley. Come out with bristling with intent to put bat to ball. Just mentioning that setup of Zach Crawley, that the head is sort of in the middle, in between his feet. And then when he moves into the drive, the head is behind the front knee, so the weight isn't quite forward. It's where the tendency to the ball stops or seams or does anything slightly untoward. The ball is going aerial. Something that you can tweak in your setup, and it becomes a lot easier to keep your balance going the right way.
Minus 79 for 1, with Crawley going on the drive again to Seals.
It's the full ball, aiming that extra cover drive. Bat coming down slightly on the wrong line. The ball does swing, and Jaden Seals has his man once again. Positive intent, yes. But he'll have to think about that sat upstairs. He goes for 8, 14 for 1.
Captain Root. One of the phenomenal players of the modern game, 200s already in this series. 0 in the first innings, nicked off by Mayers.
And he's there because of this. Just talking about it. Just this 2 deliveries ago, talking about technique on the drive, hands getting out in front, the weight being back. All the ball has to do is a little bit of something. Jaden Seals has got him again.
Lead 79, 1 down. 14 for 1.
Well, the heat is on out there in the middle. West Indies scenting blood, and this is almost a carbon copy of what we were talking about before. Weight is back in the stance. The weight then stays back in the drive. The hands end up way out in front of the body. Head should be in front of that front knee if you're driving, particularly if you're trying to drive on the up.
It's a shot there because of the adjustment that he's made. Look at where the right leg is. It comes maybe down the line of middle stump. So he's reaching for a lot of those, and even if you go back the other way and the ball manages to come back, it goes between bat and pad.
Certainly looks as though Alex Lees and Zach Crawley have both come out looking to put bat to ball, to try and, it's almost as though they're trying to wipe off this deficit within the first 10, 11 overs. Go back to previous innings, particularly the one of Alex Lees in Barbados, where he made 30, I think. He was leaving these deliveries every time, wasn't playing away from his body at all. The intent seems to be altogether different, and I agree with you on the technical point as well.
Love to see another slip in there, to be honest. Still 14 for 1. Such a wonderful seam position exhibited by Jaden Seals most times. Ouch.
Yeah, there are one or two hospitality boxes just above the sight screen at the river end, and the patrons are sat outside on top of that sight screen, and they keep moving around.
Come on, man, seriously.
I think that's the definition of, am I bothered?
Over the course of a series, trends start to develop, battles start to be formed, and Seals has gotten Crawley 3 times. First innings Antigua, first innings Barbados, and then here today. Got something of a bunny. And he's developed a little bit of an in-swing. I'm not saying that was it, but he's working on different variations to the outswinger.
Yep, tight leave from Joe Root. It certainly looks as though the seam was still angled for that outswinger, but it just hit the seam and came back the other way. It's interesting watching those dismissals of Crawley and talk about the weight in the stance and on the drive, not getting over that front knee, but it's also striking to see the angle at which the bat comes down. Comes from second slip, almost across towards mid-on, and looks as though he's aiming the ball at extra cover. Things to work on.
And looking at that's the length, that's scuttled through, and that's why I'm not saying, Mark Butcher, that every ball has to be there, because Seals is a short, skinny bowler who swings. Well, he's not short, but he swings it, so he'll occasionally go fuller. But the more that he can live on a good length and then vary from there, maybe be a touch straighter on this particular surface. In fact, the entire group show that patience and skill, be beneficial.
Right, yes.
First runs of a test match for Joe Root.
Yep, in typical fashion as well. Joe is so light on his feet that he's able to make those last second adjustments. Gets caught a little bit on the crease, but his eye and his hands and the softness with which he plays at the ball allowed him to ride that bounce and get it past gully for a couple.
$16 for 1.
Got something in my eye, Chief.
All right.
Yeah, your finger. All sorts of hold-ups in this session. Tension is still palpable. The series is on the line here. Don't seem to be able to get any sort of rhythm into the play right now, and that might just hamper England more than the West Indies. Bonner's going to leave the field, which is probably a good idea.
England's focus, as well as other things, would be to know that the ball, once it gets soft, and we've talked about 40 overs so far in the test match, seems to do so much less off the surface. Maiden over 16 for 1. Good again. His last over, in fact, Seals hit in and around that good length very, very well.
Yeah, constant threat with a new ball, Jaden Seals. Previous over was excellent. Being hypercritical, you could say he could have been a little straighter, but the length generally very good, exactly where you'd want to be. The England captain's off a pair.
Come on, Joe.
For the second time.
Wonder if Seals, the natural shape he gets on the ball, will ask a different question now. We've talked about that front leg not coming across that much from Lees.
Good heat from Seals again, just banging away at that. Good length. Wonder if he's had a think about maybe staying over the wickets of the left-hander, given how much he's managed to make the ball swing. Remember, he dismissed Ben Stokes with an in-swinger, full in-swinger from over the wicket back in Antigua.
Not where he wanted to hit it. Gets a boundary though.
Yeah, there's that positive intent again. If you are going to go at it out there, then give it the kitchen sink, and Alex Lees did just that. Living dangerously.
Hey! We need that vibe, man. We need that vibe, boys. Come on, boys. Again, fellas. Come on, boys. Boys, come on, fellas. Work it, Jake. Work it.
Tough on keepers this game. 25 for 1.
Rick, that's over goal. Raise that finger. Yeah, I want you made off.
So England trailing still by 68 now. 25 for 1 in their second innings. This was the man who contributed to the early damage in the first innings, Carl Mayers. Impressive figures, almost Ambrose-style figures though, not quite as good obviously. Averaging 22 as opposed to King Kurt's 20 in test matches. Rather different style of bowling though. First one is eased away through extra cover. A little bit of gentle in-swing.
There was nothing too gentle about my bowling, David.
No one would ever dare suggest that was the case.
Yeah, but West Indies are in a good position at the moment. England still need to wipe off another 66 runs to make West Indies bat again. If West Indies could nip out another 2 or 3 before they get those 66 runs, England could be in serious trouble.
Too true. Oh, he's done it again. Would you believe it? Carl Mayers with his gentle medium pace, or apparently gentle medium pace, has picked up Joe Root's second time in the match. Crucial wicket in this England second innings. And all it's taken him is 3 balls.
He certainly has got the knack of picking up good wickets, crucial wickets. Kyle Mayers, we have seen him done it time and time again. So it's not really a surprise. And the scalp wicket of Captain Joe Root is gone again. This time for 5. England in a bit of trouble. 27 for 2.
Well, as Kirtley so rightly says, there is trouble afoot here for England. Someone needs to play excessively well in this England top order. Maybe it's going to be Dan Lawrence, but the pressure at the moment is all on England. Lawrence in at number 4 with a score 27 for 2. Root, always a key wicket for any opposition. He's away from the body, yes. It's at the same time, it's a really strong area for him, that Joe Root. John Campbell is the man with safe hands. And the reaction from Joe Root tells the whole story.
Not a happy man. And there is a lot of pressure now on both Lees and Lawrence to rebuild this innings. They effectively 2 wickets down for no run.
Well, if you had a minus score in this game. Yeah, it's a tough time for England. This had a frustrating morning. Had to wait a long time for those final 2 wickets to fall. And again, you've got to give all full credit to Josh De Silva for the way he batted and for the others that batted with him. But this is Mayer's magic. Doesn't do much. It's just a little bit wide, maybe a fraction of bounce. Root plays that shot so often so well. But in Australia early in the winter, it was his undoing several times as well. But what a wicket that is. Oh, that's swinging in. Wry smile from Lawrence.
The thing with Kyle Mayers, he predominantly swings the ball in to the right-hander. So when he does bowl just outside off stump and the ball holds his line or bounce a bit, that's when he get the edges, just like he did with Joe Root a few deliveries ago.
How many, please? 1 ball left, sir. Thank you. No! That's over.
Well, that over has certainly done the trick. 27 for 2.
Told him in the dressing room. Was giving him first change. I told him in the dressing room.
Well, there were huge problems for England at the top of the order in the first innings, having been put into bat on day 1 by West Indies. Problems have mounted since, although they got themselves out of a spot of bother with that last wicket partnership on day 1 and over 200. Well, 66 or minus 66 for 2 is not a good situation. That England dressing room will have said all the right things this morning. But saying the right things and doing the right things, sometimes there's a small gap, sometimes there's a bigger gap. And today, at this stage, there's rather a large gap. Lees has done his best here to remain dogged in defence. 6 runs from 29 balls in his first 44 minutes of the England second innings. Especially having had to field all morning, England would have hoped for a much better start than this.
Players from both teams kept saying once the ball gets to 40, 45 overs, it's a lot easier to play. Well, this is only into over number 10. This is a long way to go.
Kurt, you are a prophet of doom. Yeah, it sure is. There's a lot of work to be done here. Yeah, the whole attitude changes, isn't it? If you can get a decent opening partnership and just slowly but surely build a stand, build some runs on the board, take away that deficit, then whole attitude changes. You have a start like this, you're starting to run out of resources pretty swiftly, and it's just the pressure builds so manifestly.
That's the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Mitchell, in the white shirt. To his left, Devon Smith. And to the Prime Minister's left, that's his mother. And guess what? She's 99 years of age, turns 100 in October, and hardly ever misses a game.
Well, if she needs advice on how to get to 100, just speak to a fellow called Josh De Silva.
And of course, the Prime Minister will be talking to Ian Bishop at tea time. That's going to be interesting. .27 for 2. Well, two potentially very different styles with these two. Lees is the more obdurate, Lawrence the more adventurous. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches this task. First of all, play yourself in. That's always good advice to any batsman. Others might take heed of that. Just this balance between defence and attack for Lawrence is going to be interesting, because his natural proclivity is to play his shots, to be proactive. A little bit of that would come in very, very handy at this stage. But then you have to work out a way of negotiating the variables in this pitch, work out a way of staying there first. 126 the pace there, 126 kph. Compare that to, say, the 130s that someone like Kemar Roach will operate at. Alzarri Joseph, the quickest of the bowlers in this West Indies team, who will be nudging up late 130s into the 140s. Takes a different sort of concentration when that little bit of pace comes off the ball. You need to wait and wait and wait and watch and see if it swings, and try not to commit too early to the shot. But as Curtly said, Kyle Mayers just seems to have this little knack of coming on, picking up wickets. He did in the first innings. He's got his first one now here in England's second innings. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. More of the Mayers magic. Dan Lawrence trying to play himself in, trying to play circumspectly, trying to see what's going on, leaves one alone, and here's that horrible noise behind him. That's exactly my point, David. Kyle Mayers' strong suit is to bring the ball back into the right-hander. Dan Lawrence should have known that. It's always dangerous to leave alone. He's gone for naught. England in serious trouble. 27 for 3. And at this point, we'll take a Blue Waters drink break.
They need someone very, very soon to try and turn it around. Maybe Ben Stokes could be that man. He has done it before, but the wickets that have gone down so far. Crawley driving. Nicely caught that slip. Root, a little bit away from the body. A shot he plays often and often plays well. But this one ends up in the hands of John Campbell. And then Lawrence leaving one alone. The line was outside off stump by some distance, but it's hit the deck and just come back far enough to rattle that off stump. And for Joe Root and this England team, this is now, as Curtly Ambrose so enthusiastically said, a very serious situation. Still trailing by some distance, still behind by 66. 3 wickets down. And the drums will carry on beating with all the enthusiasm of this crowd here in Grenada as long as the wickets tumble. They'll carry on whatever happens, to be honest, but at the moment the atmosphere is all very much a West Indies one. The action is all going very much towards the West Indies team. Josh De Silva, we got a glimpse of there, just sticking the gloves back on, had a bit of treatment, I think, for a bit of hamstring cramp. But there'll be a real buzz in the field now for West Indies. Mayer's figures, just to highlight the situation, 1.3 overs, no maidens. It's been expensive today. Managed to bowl 5 maidens last time. 2 runs conceded, 2 wickets taken. As they say in certain parts of the world, simples. Right, 3 balls left in this over. Stokes to face. De Silva is up to the stumps. Try and negate any movement down the pitch, as is the wont of Ben Stokes.
If ever England need him, is now. This is serious situation that they find themselves in, and it's going to take Ben Stokes and all his experience to dig England out of this hole, along with Lees, who is still there.
What a contrast. Unplayable for 2 England batsmen so far. Unplayable this time for Josh De Silva behind the stumps with the gloves. This ball that takes the off stump of Dan Lawrence has definitely cut back off the pitch. That original line he was obviously thinking might be a safe leave. The little rattle behind him confirmed that as soon as he'd made that decision, as soon as he's left his bat so far up above that both it was going to come back and it wasn't going to bounce, so it certainly wasn't going over the top. And sadly for Dan Lawrence, it wasn't going past the outside edge of that off stump either. So fine bowling, absolutely fine bowling from Mayers. Ooh, close, but just with that front foot outside the line, I would suggest. That's the first thing they will consider before they go anywhere near possible review. 4, 3, 2, just no, too late, unlucky. But I suspect the verdict would have gone against them in any case. It's 31 for 3. Carries on coming back. There's height as an issue, there's the point of impact as an issue, both of which would have told against him there. So there's the variety, there's the variable, because you see the one that gets Lawrence's off stump is only hitting halfway up. Similar sort of length, it's 6 inches over the top of middle, missing by a distance. So another change in the bowling. Jason Holder. Mayers, by the way, has just left the field. He did that in the first innings after his first 5-over spell. Maybe a suspicion of a little hamstring issue, which we feel might just have come back again as well. All I can say is that England will be very pleased.
Jason Holder, who isn't having a good game so far, hasn't contributed with the bat. Didn't manage to take a wicket in England's first innings. So I'm sure he's keen to make amends, this time with the ball.
Well, it is always the nice thing about being an all-rounder. You get other chances to contribute. You have to say I've been a little bit surprised by some of his dismissals with the bat. For a man who's made double hundreds before for West Indies against England too. He's played a couple of shots that he would regret for sure. But the joy of being this all-rounder, as I say, is that whatever you've done yesterday, you've got another chance today, this time with the ball. And it's a very, very good time to be bowling too, with England just 31 for 3.
I had a good talk with him yesterday evening after the day's play, Jason Holder. Something that I've done quite often. We have a very good relationship. He's always respected my opinions and my views and my bluntness as well.
Has he got a choice?
Well, Jason Holder and
I'm sure he would. It's the truth, yeah.
We do go way back, long before he played for the West Indies, when I was at combined campuses and colleges as the bowling coach. So we have a very good relationship since then. So he's always respected my views and opinions and, like I said, my bluntness.
Well, I'm intrigued to find out what you told him then. How blunt were you?
Well, that's between Jason and I, so we leave it at that.
Let's see if we can make this up then. I mean, I can imagine you saying, for instance, that the shots that he's played, the last couple of shots he's played to get out, were unbecoming of a man of his talents. And he would have been the first to know that, to be honest. So, I mean, you could have told him, but he would have made that own self-critique. Anything about his bowling, though? Because he is consistently good, I think, anyway, watching him over the years, and even in this series, consistently good, getting there or thereabouts in lines and lengths. You've got height there that gets even the bouncer in. We've got the man back as well, by the way. So I'd say his bowling is less of a worry than just some of those shots he's played to get out. Good opening over for him, a maiden. 31 for 3 it is still. Yeah, just look at that line at the bottom, highlighted in yellow. England are 62 runs behind. Crucial thing also, of course, they are 3 wickets down. So nowhere near parity yet. And the outstanding performance of this game, that 100 not out from Josh De Silva, his first in Test matches. However impressive that last wicket partnership at the top of the card. Mahmood 49, Leach 41 not out. That last wicket partnership of 90 in the first innings on the first day. Well, kept England in the game then, but West Indies have overcome that. They've got their good lead. They've still got that lead. They've got England 3 down. Mayers is back on.
We all know how good a player Ben Stokes is. He's having a good CV so far. That 100 in Barbados. But he'll have to draw on all his experience and skill to bail England out of this dangerous position they find themselves in.
Absolutely. I mean, we know he has, as you say, the experience, the skill. And we know he has the the grit to just dig in for long, long times, as well as play all the shots that we saw in Barbados. But Barbados, I thought, was important for him because with a bit of time, that time spent out of the game, the comeback in Australia not going well, you need that sort of innings just to bolster your own confidence. Now, whether or not things will go his way today remains to be seen. But you just kind of sense that the body language itself is better than it was, say, 6 months ago, even 3 months ago. You know, for a genuine all-rounder, it's a very impressive set of figures, an average of 36, over 5,000 runs now. And that's one of the things that he does like to do if he can. When seamers are attempting to keep control of a game, he will maneuver at the crease like that, come walking down the pitch. Just completing the figures for Ben Stokes. Average of 32 with the ball. I mean, ideally, I suppose, in terms of the great all-rounders of all time, you want the batting figures to go up a bit, the bowling figures to come down a bit, those averages. But there's no questioning the reputation of this man.
A quality player and an asset to England cricket. Averaging 36 with the bat. I believe he's good enough to get it to 40. And with him averaging 32 with the ball, I believe he's good enough to get it below 30.
Well, he's off the mark now in this England second innings. And will keep the strike. 32 for 3.
Slice. Would be square here. Cover that.
Middle, please.
That's middle, Ben.
Center, yeah?
Yep.
Thank you.
Right arm round to you.
32 for 3. England at their second turn in this final test match, all to play for. And so much responsibility on Ben Stokes. He scored a brilliant century in Bridgetown on the back of good starts and a good platform, good foundation. Not the case today. Still in deficit by some 61 runs. Spectators of all ages. And Jason Holder still searching for his first wicket in this test match. None in the first innings. I'm just wondering, during the interval, the lunch interval, how significant a lead of 93 will be. How many wickets can the West Indies take before that lead is wiped out? Well, so far they've taken 3. And one of those 3 wickets that have fallen today, the wicket of Dan Lawrence, Steve Hamilton.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence, the 11th duck for an England player in 2022. 10th player to get a duck for England. And it's only the 26th of March. Misjudgment there from Dan Lawrence.
I mean, look at it. 3 wickets to fall, Steve, and all 3 of them really soft dismissals. Zach Crawley pushing at one that he maybe shouldn't have played at, and then Joe Root, an innocuous looking delivery, and then finally Dan Lawrence, that misjudgment. So nothing from the surface, and well, not wicket taking deliveries anyway.
No, we've talked about it quite a few times, especially at the end of play, about how difficult this surface is against the new ball and playing shots, especially playing shots. That's why a lot of the good stuff on this wicket so far from a batting point of view has been tail enders who have valued a wicket and absorbed the game. Joshua De Silva didn't start playing shots until he was probably into his 40s and 50s, and I think the 3 wickets, the 3 misjudgments were definitely preventable.
Three for 3. Extras 12. Only want to get to double digits so far. Yeah, such a crucial period, critical period in this game, in this series, in this session, and perhaps the session to come. Can England resist? Can England fight back? We've seen them fight back before, so it's not unusual. Certainly not beyond them. Just a single. Good fielding from Shamar Brooks.
A good positive intent from Ben Stokes coming out of his crease. Trying to hit it too hard and working it into the gap. England still, even though they are 59 behind, still have to try and find a way of scoring. The big shot is the problem shot. And that's another beauty from Kyle Myers. Has been it's been an amazing selection. Batted well to hang around with Josh De Silva in the first innings, but then again played another poor shot, but he seems to have this ball on a string. Twice getting the England captain out. That one's gone the other way. He can't believe that missed off stump. Kyle Myers, the one, nips away. Seen the one nip back there. A little bit of a angle on the seam this time. Scrambled seam. Gone over the top of off stump. Reaction tells you he knew it was close.
You know, the previous commentators were mentioning that Alex Lees, when he leaves the ball, that front foot doesn't cover the stumps and still exposes that off stump. Very mindful of those deliveries that leave him, angle in and leave him. And then also cognizant of the one that holds its line, the 2 LBWs against Kemar Roach in Antigua. So still finding a way, finding his way in international cricket. Just a single, 34 for 3. Success for Mears, success for Seals. Holder to continue. Mears has been doing a good job. And from the other end, just wonder with the two left-handers if it might be worth giving both Kemar Roach and Kyle Mears to operate in tandem. Whilst this ball is still relatively new into the 16th over, Kemar Roach has had an exceptional record against the left-handed batsman. Only bowled the 4 overs so far, Kemar.
He bowled 4 good overs at the start, put pressure on Zach Crawley and Alex Lees. West Indies have really the one area, the big area that I think they've been better than England is the new ball bowling. They've been at the opposition batsmen. They've challenged both inside and outside edge of the bat with either lateral movement through the air or off the pitch.
Confident push from Alex Lees.
Back up, back up.
And brings him a couple. First run of 23 balls for Alex Lees. He's demonstrated patience and that temperament to spend time at the crease. They'll need him to bat for a long time in this innings. Steve Hamilton, England came here looking for answers, particularly with the ball and also with the bat. I just feel that they might be leaving with more questions than answers.
I think there's been positives for England on this trip. I think the character they've shown in quite a few times that was a lot better than what you had in Australia. I think if you look at the first 2 test matches, you'd say if there was going to be a result, it was going to be England. So I think from that point of view, they've showed some good character. There's been positives, players getting hundreds with the bat, but I agree there's still 1 or 2 areas that England were looking for improvements on, or seeing if they could, bridge a gap, fill a hole. The opening batsmen, opening bowlers. I think the opening bowlers are still, that hole is still hugely to be filled. It's not going to be easy because the 2 that they left home. Into the 16th over, 38 for 3.
This is what England has produced with the bat in this series. Johnny Bairstow, best average, 51, 204 runs. Joe Root leads the way in terms of runs scored, 289. But would England be happy with that opening partnership, Lees and Crawley in particular?
No, it's a tough one, really, because you look at the qualities of both of them. Just to keep everyone updated here, Brooks is going off, I think, to go and get his wicket-keeping pads on. I think Josh De Silva's in a bit of trouble here. Seen he had some treatment when he was batting. I think his right hand. That's what happened when he was batting. He just got one to bounce, just nipped the hand, nipped the finger, and unfortunately, I think that's the end of Joshua De Silva's day with the gloves. He's had a very, very good day when he had his batting gloves on, but unfortunately, the West Indian wicketkeeper, he might have to relinquish the duties, and Brooks is going to take over. But I think to come back to we're talking about, Samuel, I think that you have to give, if you're going to invest in Alex Lees, you've got to give him some time. I think they've still got to give him some time to play at home, play away, then play at home. Zach Crawley, it seems to be feast or famine. He try and rein it in, and he possibly needs an education from somebody a bit older, somebody a bit wiser, of how to go about constructing an opening innings, because he's got the shots, he's got the talent. I am a massive Zach Crawley fan, but it just seems that it's the same innings all the time. He goes out and plays the same innings, same tempo on what is always a different wicket against different bowlers who have different characteristics. And I think that side of the game, the mental side of the game, is something that Zach needs to have a look at, because there's no doubt there's talent there. I think Root has been a positive going to number 3, even though he's had 2 low scores in this game. Dan Lawrence has gone well with the bat. So I think there has been some positivity for England. But the biggest concern is something I think we all knew when the squads announced and they came out here. No Broad, no Anderson, and away from home, England have had a real struggle to find 2 bowlers to bridge the gap and fill the gap, and our fast bowlers are injured at the minute. So again, there'll be a lot of scratching heads of where England go when this Test match finishes on the 2nd of June, when New Zealand come for the first time and have a new coach, new director of cricket. Will they have a new captain? I think the outcome of this game will possibly determine that. But Brooks has got the gloves on. Do we know Samuel Badri? Has he done this before? And has he done this before in a game, or is it something that's going to be very new to him?
He's done it before in regional cricket. Certainly not a frontline wicket keeper, so he hasn't started a game as a wicket keeper. But he's kept a few times in scenarios like this. And of course, with the new rules being introduced in cricket, if there was a specialist keeper on the sidelines, that person could have kept wicket. Unfortunately for the West Indies, there isn't one in their dressing room at the moment. It means that they've had no choice but to go to Shamar Brooks. Remains to be seen just how capable he is. In the air, dropped him, seems to be Nkrumah Bonner, diving away to his left, catchable height, and that man again, Kyle Mayers, creating opportunities.
Just a little push from Alex Lees. Ball wide of off stump. It's hit Bonner, it's hit Bonner. I think more than anything else, got to stand a lot closer. Because obviously the bounce is inconsistent of bounce. Slip, wicketkeeper will be standing a lot closer, so when it does fly at you, it does tend to hit you as a slip fielder, and Bonner will be disappointed. Mears will be disappointed.
Gone. Indecision once again, not for the first time in this series. We've seen batsmen trying to leave, trying to play, in the end, just edging it through. And look at that reaction from Shamar Brooks. Just taking the gloves and completes the catch. Utter disbelief. England in further trouble, 39 for 4.
First time the ball goes into Brooks's gloves, it's off the edge. And Ben Stokes, how many times have we seen this? Players just trying to take the bat away at the last minute because they're not sure of the bounce, the inconsistent bounce. Kyle Mears, a happy man. Ben Stokes, a disappointed man. England in serious trouble now, 39 for 4.
Johnny Bairstow, not too certain that he'd be thinking of coming in to bat in this situation. England still trail by 54 runs. Just saw his stats in this series, has a century in that first test, 140. But we've seen this type of dismissals quite a few times in the series. Batsmen trying to leave but not getting their bat out of the way in time. And Kyle Mears once again wreaking havoc. Utter disbelief from Ben Stokes and from Joe Root. Bemused, perplexed, bewildered. And look at that. What a game he's having with the ball. Brought in for this final test match. 2 important wickets in the first innings and 3 here. Going down the leg. 3 for 5 in his 5th over. Amazing. What a turnaround.
And for the in-swinger, first ball to Johnny Bairstow. Not sure if it's gone swing or tried to swing it in. Just done too much. Done too much. Making sure the England batsmen played every ball. Just in the sense that they're onto a good thing here and making sure that sweat from the English batsmen, toil and trouble that they find themselves in at 54 runs behind, 4 wickets down, scratch of the head from Joe Root. Contrasting emotions there in this over so far. Drop catch of Alex Lees and the prize wicket of Ben Stokes. The very next ball, Brooks takes his first catch with the gloves on in international cricket.
First dismissal indeed for Shamar Brooks. Simple enough one. 39 for 4. Well, if you've just joined us, 39 for 4. Not happy reading for England. Wow, what a leave. Judgment from Alex Lees on point. He would say that he knew exactly what he was doing. And that ball just swinging, seaming back in from around the wicket. Quite close in the end.
And total control, total control. 2 types of leaves. Dan Lawrence got the death rattle. And Alex Lees might have his ears open there just in case. because that was mighty, mighty close.
This lead is proven to be quite significant. Still trailing by 54 runs, 6 wickets in hand, England. And boy, oh boy, how this game has turned. This morning, that first session, England couldn't prize out the final 2 wickets from the West Indies. They had to go into that extended period. And then post-lunch, we've seen 4 fall in quick succession, Steve.
Yeah, again, a lot of these are preventable. Crawley going for the big shot, wide of off stump. Opening batsman, Joe Root just lost his bearings there a little bit as well. Ball bounce, nipped away. 2 types of leave for Dan Lawrence. Nips back. And again, indecision from England.
Yeah, the home fans are really into this contest now. And quite a few here at the Grenada National Stadium. Still trying to figure out what he did there, Dan Lawrence. Jason Holder, I remember in that Antigua test, did something similar to this. And so did Zach Crawley in that second test at the Kensington, trying to pull the bat away and not able to. Just a faint edge through to the wicket keeper. Indeterminate stroke. Maiden over, 39 for 4. Joshua Da Silva, the only batsman to cross 50 in this test. So far, anyway. And Johnny Bairstow still looking for his first run in this test match. We were talking a little bit earlier, Steve, about England and how they've gone, and I quite agree with you before we were interrupted with that wicket, that there needs to be time given to these players to develop, to understand what international cricket is all about, particularly someone like Alex Lees. At least he's demonstrated that temperament as an opening batsman. Playing a miss.
Yeah, I think when you give somebody an opportunity like they have done with Alex Lees, see here, another sort of scrambled seam, wobbled seam ball by Kyle Mayers. Johnny Bairstow again, that's wide, that's a long way wide of your body and of off stump, especially 5 balls into an innings. Left the ball so well in the first test match in Antigua. On his way to a fantastic 100. Because the beauty about his innings was the amount of balls he left and how he left them. Umpires Joe Wilson just telling Kyle Mayers to just ease off what is the red zone. Run on the pitch.
Still not yet off the mark. And we've spoken about England just don't want to make this one-sided. West Indies too have had their travails, particularly at the top of the order. A couple 50-run partnerships, yes, but John Campbell hasn't been able to carry on. He's gotten starts in about 3 innings at least. Hasn't pushed on. High score of 35. He has been given some opportunities. And also that critical number 3 position, Shamar Brooks, hasn't had any significant score in this series. So both teams, I guess, still finding the right combinations, right? Finding the right personnel. And questions remain on both sides of the equation. Maiden over 39 for 4. Just like I suspected, Kemar Roach, because of his proclivity to take wickets against left-handed batsmen, into the attack once again. Starts outside his crease to negate any bit of swing. Alex Lees.
Absolutely love it, Slidey. God, you had a nice seeing on the action, boy. Ready? Taking any gloves?
Yeah, another gorgeous day here in Grenada. Wonderful conditions. Certainly when you're sat here in the combox anyway. Inside edge. Fortuitous for Alex Lees. Could have quite easily gone onto the stumps.
Kemar Roach again, he's just trying to drag Alex Lees across the stumps a little bit wider, trying to get that head fallen over like he did in Antigua a couple of times.
Middle this way. Two, this way. Let's do. She's coming right arm over.
First run of the test match for Johnny Bairstow due to a misfield.
What he's looking for, exactly what Kemar Roach is looking for. Dragging him across on that wider, and this time going back in towards the off stump. Alex Lees just fallen over a bit, losing his balance.
41 for 4.
We are at the 20 over mark, and England is 41. 41.
3 wickets for 5 runs for Mears to continue. His best return so far, 3 for 24 versus South Africa. Another wicket here will better that. What a decision it has proven to be, to bring him in at the expense of Sami Permaul. He's had an impact in the first innings with the ball, with the bat, made 28, and now with the ball again. Joshua Da Silva not on the field at the moment, but certainly the highlight of the day so far. And look at that unbridled and unrestrained joy from the young man. Maiden Test match century, and that will be indelibly etched in his mind, as well as his fans, his supporters, his parents, everyone who supports him. What a moment. Tears in his eyes. Got a blow to his finger while batting. Hence he's off, and Shamar Brooks has taken up the responsibilities. Already taken a catch. And I'm sure when he's telling the story about that catch, he'll embellish it.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Throw cap.
Good running as usual for England. They really run hard between the wickets. Sure that every run is counted as it should be, no matter the format. A lead of 50 at the moment for the West Indies. Only one person in that picture has a part to play with the bat. And it's not Stokes. Just 1 minute before the tea interval. If this might be the final delivery, Johnny Bairstow is cognizant of that, trying to make it the final delivery. Yeah, it just might be now. Brings that over to an end, 43 for 4, and it is the tea interval on the third day of the final test.
And as you quite rightly said, David, England are in, well, I was going to say a spot of bother, but it's more than a spot. They're really in trouble here. 43 for 4, still trailing by 50 Well, what's going to happen now?
Kurt, I have to say you have the great ability to make a point very strongly. Yeah, it's not so much are they in a hole, it's just how big is it? And at the moment there's an awful lot of digging. They're going to need to find a way out of it. Going to dig some steps out of this hole. But you're right, 43 for 4 after, well, in the 22nd over, so runs not easy to come by, wickets tumbling. Still behind by 50, so again you go back to the events earlier in the day. De Silva outstanding getting that 100, his first ever Test match 100. And for a lot of the morning session, this pitch looked pretty benign. You had Roach starting with him, then Seals batted for how long? An hour and a half or so, just casually keeping up an end while De Silva dominated. And between them, they just eked it out, kept it going. There was a spell of something like 6 or 7 overs, all maidens, didn't seem to worry them at all. But that lead at the end of it all, so 297 playing 204 in those first innings, absolutely crucial. Here's Kirtley's mate, the Prime Minister, heading back towards the seat in the stands, seat in the boxes. That's it. Always be nice to the children.
Of course, traveling with his small entourage.
Well bowled. Nicely bowled. Good line outside off stump. Lees has been very dogged with his resistance, but just nibbled at that one.
Very, very good delivery from Kemar Roach. Drew Leach into the forward defensive prod. Just missed the outside edge. So there's still a little thing happening off the surface.
Inside edge this time. So beaten on the outside, just getting the inside edge on this one. Trying his best, as we saw, to get down the pitch. He's taken that stance. Good foot and a bit outside the crease. 45 for 4. Just stretching a wee bit.
Let's go.
So we have a bowling change. Alzarri Joseph. It's been the tendency for Brathwaite to leave Joseph till the others have had a bit of a go. He is the quickest of this West Indies bowling attack, but pace alone is not the key. You get the swing from Roach, you get the tidiness of someone like Holder, obviously the extraordinary brilliance given the circumstances of Mayers. And you can interpret those words any way you like. But for Alzarri Joseph, just a chance now to make his mark on this innings, try and keep the pressure on England.
Alzarri Joseph, so far in Test match cricket, needs to work a lot to bring that average down. Got to get that below 30.
Nicely struck by Bairstow. Spotted the short ball, played it nicely, hit it straight at mid-wicket. Thought about the run on the rebound. Anderson Phillip is out there as the sub. We think it's John Campbell who might be off the field. We had De Silva off the field before tea with that cramp, I think it was. He just swapped it around, that's all it is. A little shorter this time, doesn't really bounce. Best to able to stay inside it. Just swerving as he gets to the keeper. Best plays this well though.
Sorry, Joel, can I just check, please? Cool. Thank you.
When you think about any attack, you want the various elements to blend together as best you can. Just in terms of pace alone, the average speeds, you can see how Alzarri Joseph is the quicker by some 8 Ks or so, overtaking Seals, then Roach, Holder, and Mayers. Kurt, you were saying that obviously he needs to try and do something about that bowling average of his, which is nearly up at 40s. What are the sort of things simply that he can do?
I think Alzarri Joseph, he's an attacking bowler, loves to attack, looks to get wickets. Nothing is wrong with that. But at the same time, there's a process. So I think that sometimes he tried a little bit too much, gives away runs. So you need to pull back a bit. Need to exercise more patience, but we'll get back to that discussion during the next over. 45 for 4.
Roger.
48 behind now, England.
Thank you. Wait!
Just the one for Alex Lees. He's now 14. Not out from 70 balls. Yeah, there'll be a lot of wisdom in this crowd, won't there, Kurt? A lot of wisdom accumulated over the years.
Most certainly. And as you can see, all the smiles around because they're all sensing a West Indies victory here. This is the final session of day 3. So still a lot of time left.
You know, for a nasty moment, I thought you were going to say it's the final session of the match. But who knows? Who knows?
Just getting back to Alzarri. You know, he's this kind of bowler that loves to attack the batsman, looks to get wickets. And like I've said, nothing is wrong with it. But there's a process. And I think that sometimes he's overly aggressive and needs to understand you have to exercise patience from time to time. Look to bowl maidens, especially if there's nothing happening out of the surface. You build pressure. Or once you build pressure, the wickets will eventually come. Because batsmen are not going to sit there over after over after over and don't try to score. So you're not, as a fast bowler, you don't want to give away easy runs. Build pressure, bowl maidens, the wickets will come. So once he can do those things, you know, the wickets will come and then the average will come down. He got to get the average below 30.
How much of a chance do you get to talk to these people? I mean, you said earlier you've got a very good relationship with Jason Holder, who you've known for a long, long time, so you can be very open, very frank, as you said, blunt with him. But what about the likes of Seals and Joseph? How much time do you get to potentially talk to them?
Every time I get close to them, I've always offered some words of advice. I'll tell them what I think they did well or didn't do that well. And Alzawi's Antiguan. So whenever I run into him, we'll have a little discussion about fast bowling and stuff. He'll ask me a few questions. Jaden Seals, same thing. I remember not so long ago there was a camp in Antigua and they asked me to assist. And Jaden Seals and I sat there for a long time. After the sessions were ended, I was looking to go home. And he had me there for almost an hour after, just talking cricket, which was very impressive. Alzawi Joseph, I can also talk to.
Hands on head from Kemar Roach there. It was pretty straight, but the inside edge just took it away. 47 for 4. Yeah, if there's anyone around in this West Indies attack who understands that principle that Kirtley's been talking about, which is building pressure, it is Kemar Roach. Likewise, Jason Holder. Roach wicketless so far in the second innings. None for 8 from 7 though. Now, Johnny Bairstow, not so long ago in Sydney in that Ashes series, which, let's say, didn't go well for England. Made a very, very gritty, very brave 100 the SCG. Something of that ilk could go down very well again for England right now. Results in this series again, a very, very handy 140 in Antigua the first innings. England 40 odd for 4 they were in that first innings. Needed to press on in Barbados, where of course others made the bulk of the runs. Duck in the first innings here. Final chance to make a mark on this series in this second innings. So bowled. Good line, good length. Bairstow playing it very, very late, almost so late. That could have been just dropping down and almost going backwards off the bat, but just let it come to him, which under these circumstances and these conditions is a good thing. Lovely shot. Lovely shot from Johnny Bairstow. Brings him 4, brings the 50 up for England as well, 51 for 4.
A little bit too short and obviously too wide as well. And was dispatched quite confidently and quite easily by Bairstow. Got to be a little bit straighter. No! The length is good. He's hitting the pitch hard, which is important.
Yeah, the pitch has played reasonably well today, actually, I'd say overall. And look at the way the scorecard moved on for West Indies first thing. That wasn't an old ball for England at the start of the day either. There should have been some hardness, should have been something there for England's bowlers, but it wasn't to be. Oh. Just goes past the outside edge. 51 for 4. It's one of those pitches where you can have half a dozen balls hit the good parts and behave normally, then it just takes one to hit a bit of a crack, and you either get a bit of movement or a bit of low bounce, or maybe sometimes a bit of high bounce. That's what just keeps the guessing game going throughout the day. Saturday afternoon in Grenada. Some of those that might have been working earlier in the week are now here today. So there's been, should we say, noticeably more noise in Grenada from those of Grenadian origin than we had maybe in Antigua or Barbados. Plenty of spaces left in the stands, yes, but there's been a very good friendly atmosphere here as well. Obviously a little partisan too. Nothing wrong with that. Late jab down from Lees this time.
Just about everyone sitting there has got a cup in their hand, whether it's soft drink or the strongest stuff. We won't know.
We won't know, but we can have a bit of a guess. Come on, let's face it. It's a Saturday afternoon. It's Grenada. It's the West Indies. It's a friendly atmosphere. I dare say there is the odd teetotaler in the ground. But oh, lovely, lovely delivery. It's always what Roach is trying to do to the left-hander. Round the wicket, steer it towards off stump initially, the original line, and then get it to go. And it goes just too much this time.
Good, Alex.
Beautifully bowled by Kemar Roach.
You know how it is with batsmen. Sometimes, most of the time, you'll play a shot that gets you out and you'll think, yep, that was my fault. Every now and again you get one which you think, well, actually, if you bowl that to me 100 times, I'd still nick it or miss it. And that previous ball, the one before, was one of those, I'd say. Committed to play it because of the original line. The movement was late, at which stage you got no chance of really making any meaningful adjustment. Maiden over, 51 for 4.
Check, please.
Well, it's slow progress, inevitably it seems, but when you're 4 down and struggling in a test match, you're hardly going to see a batting side blazing it round the park.
Yes.
Bairstow's found a way through again here, though. That's all timing. Just let it come to him. Just timed it beautifully. Moves him on to 12.
That wasn't a bad delivery by any means. Pitched on a good length. He just played it very well. Johnny Bairstow. All timing.
Sorry.
Immediately have the guy on a sweeper boundary.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. Both Root and Brathwaite seem to follow the ball now and again as captains. You've had the two shots that have gone in that direction, one actually a little bit more square, and the one that was just timed away 2 balls ago now. But both times you'd say, right, what's the percentage ball on this pitch? Straight, you know, the right sort of lines, right sort of lengths. If someone bowls a bad ball, well, it's still a bad ball. A lot of space on the leg sides. That's an easy one. So at some stage as captain, you either have to say to your bowlers, look, I'll allow you the odd bad ball. Obviously, you don't want to encourage it. But let's keep the field to try and take wickets. So as soon as you see a ball hit for 4 and a man goes back, you always think that's reactionary and not exactly proactive. So I'd go against that.
So do I. The first 4 that was hit the previous over, it was a short and wide delivery and should be punished. The second one I went for 4. It wasn't a bad delivery. It was just a good shot. So why would you want to put the man, you know, on the boundary and you're still in front? England are struggling. They're still 37 runs behind. So what is the issue? That to me is not, well, acceptable.
I thought we said nuts there for a moment. Yeah, well, let's look at it this way as well. Partnership at the moment is what, 17. Bairstow's look comfortable, I'll give him that. Lees has been very obdurate, most obdurate, just hanging in there at the crease. But his partnership's only 17. Now, if partnership gets going and looks comfortable and the runs start to come more easily, then you can be aware that, you don't want to be chasing too many in the 4th innings of the game for sure. But then you can be more aware of trying to save a few runs as well until that next wicket goes down. 56 for 4. We've had so many lovely views of this Spice Island Grenada over the last few days. Those of us that had a bit of time in a couple of days before the game did a bit of travelling around the island. Always seems to be a rum factory somewhere. Gorgeous views of this island. Anyway, 56 for 4 it is, which doesn't make such good viewing for England's fans here at the National Stadium. Another change in the bowling. Time for more of Jaden Seals, 5 overs so far. Picked up the 1 wicket.
That's 2. Yep. Bowling change, right arm, over.
Just check that, please.
That's 2.
Thank you.
Jaden Seals was the bowler who started the England slide. That The wicket of Crawley. Caught brilliantly by Jason Holder.
That's middle.
Well, easily taken by Jason Holder by his standards. Very good delivery, good shape.
Look of shock on his face, though, when he held it. Yeah, actually, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? Because the late swing came just at the right moment, having induced the drive from Zach Crawley. So he was very, very much committed to that shot. And then when it moved, the result was the hands of Jason Holder. Big bucket hands. But it seemed to go very quickly to him. I think that's why the look of shock appeared on his face when he actually successfully clung onto it. But that was the good early breakthrough West Indies wanted.
Runs are hard to come by. The West Indies fielders putting in a big effort to save every single one possible. They're not going to make it easy for England, and rightly so.
One of the things I like about Jayden Seales is a natural athlete, lovely bowling, natural bowling action, but he keeps that seam nice and upright. So he's always giving it a chance to swing, especially at this stage. Certainly early on, the opening overs, he gets swing in the air. Where it tends to be normally, of course. Even now, though, there's a little hint of shape with the ball. Good lines, good lengths. That one finds a way through. Just no real appeal, no real thought about one, but it's got the extra bounce. Good first over back. 20 overs done, 58 before it is. Catherine Mitchell, 99 years old, the Prime Minister's mum. Due to get to 100 in October. We wish her well. And we are reliably informed she is a huge cricket fan. Her son, of course, has played a bit, loves the game. Former adversary of my co-commentator. What was that story at tea time? We got you out. Come on, admit it. Confess.
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay.
He got the great Brian Lara out.
Oh, all right, that'll do.
Stumped. Right here at National Stadium a few years ago.
What sort of game was that?
It was the Prime Minister's 11. Honorable Prime Minister Keith Mitchell's 11 versus the Antigua Prime Minister then, Celeste Bird. So I was playing for the Antigua Prime Minister 11 and Brian, and then he had his own team. I can't remember who won that game, but I remember clearly he got Brian Lara stumped. And they could hear the noise from the spectators around, and it was a great moment because getting a break, great Brian Lara was stumped.
That's well run. Yeah, something England probably failed to do at all. I mean, it'd be interesting to check. Have a word with Patrick, see if he's still awake. And he's on the case. He's always awake. He's always on the case, just to see if an England bowler ever had Brian Lara stumped. We'll get you the answer as soon as we can. Just
Yeah, they probably have, after maybe a big 100 or double.
or triple, or maybe a quadruple. No, not. He was always not out at the end of the big ones.
Yes!
Right, I've got the answer. Patrick, well done. Very swift. Brian Lara, in his Test career, was stumped 3 times. Curtly, how many of those 3 times were against England?
I reckon none.
Correct. Tended to have a sort of disdain for spinners, didn't he?
He certainly was a great player of spin bowling and have destroyed the greatest spin bowlers around in his time. Shane Warne, the late great, retired Murli Thuran, Anil Kumble, and many others. He was just a fantastic player of spin bowling.
Well, it certainly was. Just going back to those record-breaking innings in Antigua, likes, I guess, of Ashley Giles. Well, he might have gone here and there. I'll just get Patrick to remind me who was playing in those days. Anyway, we'll leave those tidbits to someone else. It's 60 for 4. .33 behind. 60 for 4. Yeah, we're just talking about the England spinners that might have come up against Brian Lara and not come off well. We hand over here. Tufnell was one of them. Phil Tufnell, one of them. 0 for 110. What year was that, Patrick? That's the 375 in 1994. Graham Hick would have bowled a few off spinners, 0 for 61. Let's just say Brian Lara was a very, very good player of spin. And England is still in trouble, 60 for 4.
It's the door when it's opening, it's just... Doesn't help when they're blooming going in it every 2 seconds.
Is it door? Is it door?
The door!
Is it door?
The door! Just stop going in and out of it.
You just hear Johnny Bairstow saying on the stump microphone that he's getting the reflection off the door, keeps opening and closing right behind the bowler's arm above the side screen. It's been better after tea for England. Bairstow's got a couple of boundaries away in the offside. Interesting that Craig Brathwaite went to his quickest bowler after the break. Sometimes the done thing is to go to your 2 economical bowlers, try and keep it tight to get into the session. But now the West Indies have got their two quickest bowlers on, and see the runs per wicket in this match, per session. And there is a huge difference between afternoon and evening. One of the evenings was numbers 10 and 11. Are you surprised, Dean Bishop, the choice of bowlers after the break from Craig Brathwaite, or was it the balls getting that little bit older? We might need just to risk a little bit. We've got a few runs in the bank. We risk a little bit putting our quickest bowlers on, and hopefully they can make the breakthrough.
Joseph was belated into the attack. So you can understand with the guys having done some work in the middle session that he'd had to go to Joseph at some point. What I think was more instructive is that evening session. 2 for 98, or 1 for 98 and 2 for 90. So we don't know whether that will continue into this session, but what it should do for Lees and for Johnny Bairstow is to say, look at the trend of the match. If we can get to about over number 40, the ball seems to get softer, and we've seen lower order batsmen and all-rounders really capitalize, and given that they're two specialists still at the crease, they can work towards that. $61 for 4. Three wickets to Mayers. Jason Holder hasn't picked up a wicket in the match yet. Would be an opportune time from the West Indies perspective for him to get into the wickets column.
Johnny, you're in.
Not being the easiest surface at all to keep on. 31 byes now in this test match so far. Just for Joshua De Silva, 31 byes. That one there, just see, just tall man Jason Holder didn't get up at all. Imagine finger injury, picked up, making that wonderful century. Be the last thing he would have wanted. Little half volley.
62 for 4. England still trailing by 31. The partnership 23 from 87 between Lees and Bairstow. 31 overs completed.
And the wickets to fall today. Zach Crawley playing well away from his body. The Seals got some late movement, and then it was the Kyle Myers show. Joe Root will not want to see that again. Ball just bounced and left him. And unfortunately, Dan Lawrence has just left the straight ball there. Ben Stokes trying to take his bat away from another Myers delivery, which see the last 3 dismissals, all in decision. The indecision really stopped there because Bairstow have come in, and Bairstow's come in and fairly solid. Lees has looked relatively solid throughout his 93 ball innings. Both men on 16. Has really been a sorry affair for England's top order in this test match. Not many double-figure scores, first or second innings for the top 6.
I think you can stretch that to the top order on both teams have had a rough time in the match so far. It's really been, in a sense, if you class Joshua Da Silva as the all-rounder wicketkeeper batter. Kyle Mayers is a wicketkeeper batter who contributed a touch, and then the bowlers who have prospered here, and that's why I keep making the point that Lees and Bairstow, the pitch just seems to lose all its spite around overs 40. And if that trend continues, then you can bed in, even if you're 39 for 4 at one stage, and get a significant score on the board. Still, just believe in yourself and show the discipline.
That's what Alex Lees has done. If you rewind back 24 hours when Joshua De Silva came in to the crease. All he did yesterday, defended the ball well, took what was on offer, made the bowlers come to him. Pick runs off where you can if the bowler over pitches, just like that. 63 for 4.
So you're looking at this scoreboard right now, and I think it would be premature to feel that England can't navigate the choppy waters. Feeling that the game is all over. It isn't, far from. England recovered from a precarious position in the first innings, so I think the battle could be for a minimum of a couple more wickets this evening for the West Indies. A minimum.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow is hugely key. He came into this Test series off the back of 100 in Australia at the end of the tour, 100 in a warm-up game. He was 54 for 4, 52 for 4. First Test match at lunch. In Antigua, and so he's been in this position before. Got an able partner in Alex Lees, who just enjoys spending time at the crease, not hurting the opposition, but knows for a fact with the likes of Ben Stokes, Chris Wokes, Craig Overton, who can all know what end of a bat to hold. If they do get a 3 figures in front, 150 in front, all of a sudden the frailties that we've spoke about on both sides, top order, and the ball then goes in a tennis match back over to the West Indies, and if England manage to get 125, 150 in front, then the top 6 of the West Indies are under pressure straight away there, bang, after what's happened in the 3 innings so far in the match. So I don't think all is lost just yet for England, especially when somewhere like Bairstow is at the crease. Again, a little bit of uneven bounce still there. Johnny Bairstow didn't really chase it. Has played at it. It was a play and miss. Ball didn't quite get up as much as he thought it was going to. This surface all over. One doesn't bounce. The next one very similar length. As nip back bounced.
He obviously didn't know me. He obviously didn't know me.
Maiden over 63 for 4.
Pass middle. Come here, right arm over.
As you've heard from the umpire, Seals has changed his angle of attack coming over the wicket.
This is good from Jaden Seals. The West Indies have predominantly bowled around the wicket. Not every ball to Alex Lees around the wicket. Seems judgment has been very good from Lees. Left the ball well. Just change of angle might push him a little bit further across and play at something that he doesn't want to. So it's good thinking from the West Indian bowler, but he's got to put the ball in the right area. He's got to make Alex Lees play.
Well, before gets Lees to 20.
I wouldn't be too disappointed here if I was Jaden Seals. He needs to go up to him and say to him, that's good, not bad ball in a good area, making the batsman play. Another one or two over the wicket, and then possibly if the line of attack is from around the wicket more favoured, might then get Lees to play and playing a ball that he hasn't been played. He's been leaving it, so going over the wicket, getting Lees to play. It's 3 balls now in a row that Alex Lees, because of the angle he's having to play at, where his judgment outside his off stump from around the wicket has been very, very good. He's left a lot of balls. So if you can just make him play 2 or 3 balls when a batsman's been leaving it, and all of a sudden you might just go round the wicket, change the angle again. Might find Alex Lees plays at something that's a little bit wider than he wants to play it, because he's been used to play to, you know, putting bat on ball.
.67 for 4. Batsmen to come. Stokes, Overton, Leach, Mahmood in there.
Jason, just tell that bloke, please.
It's a good length to work with from Jason Holder from this Darbo end. Every morning we come, we stand around a good length or just short of a good length, and the cracks are obvious. It's into that end that Brathwaite got one that kept low. Brooks as well. And the wickets so far in this innings have come in and around either side of a good length. So to the right-handers left of your screen, you can see where 3 of those wickets have come. That's Ben Stokes, the left-hander, on the right of the screen. So you just want to be able to work away patiently in that good length, just short of it, to the right-handers.
Johnny Bairstow just asking square leg umpire if this was one for the over. A good short ball by Jason Holder. Bairstow's trying to get forward, trying to come forward to smother any sort of inconsistent bounce that goes along the floor. Good from the bowler just to put him back on the back foot. It's the perfect area to follow it up with, in and around that off stump. Any indecision there and the wicketkeeper and slips are in business. Again, that good length, in that good length. Challenging, especially from the height that Jason Holder releases it from.
Yeah, indifferent bounce from there. 67 for 4 still.
Change of quarter. Right down those Alex.
A switch of ends for Alzari Joseph.
Craigie.
That's the problem when you look at what Jason Holder's bowling. He's bowling that good length from just above that 2-meter release point. Followed a good bouncer up with a ball and a good length, challenging the outside edge of Johnny Bairstow. Just feel as though on this surface, a lot of the bowlers they've been getting stuck because they've been hitting a good length and been hitting it with something on it, with trying to hit it with a bit of venom on it. But when the bowl full, the bowl really full, really wide and really floaty. I think England bowlers were guilty of that. And I also think the West Indian bowlers have been guilty of that as well when they've been full. That's better from Alzari Joseph. Dragged his length back.
It's a listing of the guys in this match since 2020, January 2020, of who hits that good length more often. Jason Holder right at the top. Kyle Mayers is the other one who's been exceptional in the game with the ball and who I'm looking forward to seeing bowl another spell sooner rather than later. Alzari Joseph is way down the list. Good.
No.
Turning the strike over. And to me, it's one of the reasons why Alzari Joseph, who I think has good physical attributes to get his bowling average down, I think that he hasn't been able to hit a good length often enough in his career to bowl that probing length with a good wrist position that he has, and he can shape the ball away. He's just starting to understand, for me, Steve Harmison, where that area is. It's why he hasn't had the success yet, and I think he has to build towards that.
Yeah, good call there from Bairstow to send Lees back. I get that, but I also look at people have different roles in the side. I look at Ben Stokes, he's the bottom of the list. Well, he's been England's enforcer, so he's not going to bowl in a good length because he's going to bowl short. Saki Mahmood is a lot shorter, skiddier, who is trying to find his way in Test match cricket, what a good length is, whether it is that little bit shorter or that little bit fuller. I would imagine Craig Brathwaite is looking for his quick bowler in Alzari Joseph, quick through the air, so he will bowl that either that bit shorter or that bit fuller. Still learning big time for Alzari Joseph. 70 for 4.
Well, it's been a feature of the Test match. The evening session has become increasingly difficult for the fielding team. England still 23 behind, though. Alex Lees is chiseling away at a rock face of granite. 22 from 103 deliveries. Judging line and length well. That man, Carl Mayers, surely won't stay out of the attack for much longer. Lee certainly has technique and the concentration. It's been the way to prosper on this pitch, to be very, very patient. Let's have a look at this then. Morning sessions. 71.66 runs per wicket. Really don't want to be batting in the afternoon, Samuel Badri.
Yeah, quite a disparity, isn't it? 71, just look at that compared to 13 and 22 in the morning. The most productive of the day for all 3 days so far. Quite instructive.
Certain grounds around the world They reckon that tidal flows affect pitches. Durban is one that springs to mind. Talk about the tide coming in and the ball zipping all over the place. In the old days of the Riverside ground at Durham, where Alex Lees now makes his money in county cricket. Used to reckon the tide was in all the time, even though we're nowhere near the sea. It was in the early days of that stadium. Something happens here in Grenada when the sun starts to make its downward arc. And this surface is just, it goes quiet in the afternoon. So it tests captains, it tests bowling attacks to be able to come up with ways of winkling out batsmen who are hell-bent on not giving anything away.
It has to do with the ball too, doesn't it, as it gets softer. I know that in this session in particular, it was still relatively new. But once it gets to that 35, 40, 45 over mark, not much in it whatsoever.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's accelerating as the pitch gets drier. Certainly was around about the 40, 45 over mark in the first innings. And in West Indies' first innings on day 2. But then the second new ball, England's second new ball, seemed around about the 20th over that it just completely stopped doing anything again. So you do wonder, the more the sun beats down on this deck and the more dry and abrasive it becomes, the more damage the Duke ball takes on. And so that new ball period is utterly vital, that you make the batters play. Lees finds the gap. Brathwaite very quick across the ground with the slide, and they take no chances. 71 for 4. One or two words of advice coming from the dressing room, perhaps, for Alzari Joseph. Jason Holder wanders off up the steps to the dressing room, perhaps for a change of shirt or comfort break of some sort. It's tough old work out there in the afternoons. There is that cooling breeze blowing across the ground from east to west. It's still down here in the valley, in the bowl, underneath the mountain. The heat stays in. So does the fun. It's off the glove. Surprised that West Indies have gone to Joseph at the beginning of this session. Remember back in Antigua when they had England in all kinds of bother, then began the afternoon session with their two least experienced bowlers and rather let England off the hook.
Yeah, they paid the price, didn't they? Johnny Bairstow getting to that 140 and getting England past 300, 311 they posted. Change in field for Bairstow. Deep backward square, fine leg, and deep forward square, forward short leg as well. So maybe a barrage of short balls quite imminent.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's coming. Seems to be again, in the afternoon, it seems to be a real effort to get the ball up around shoulder height, let alone head height. Shows if perhaps just feeling his way, trying to find what the perfect length is to get that bouncer in the right spot.
Yeah, there was a message that came out, wasn't there, for Sammy Permaul just before the start of that over, having a conversation with Craig Brathwaite and the bowler.
Only the 2 fielders back for Alex Lees. Was complimented by his partner, Johnny Bairstow, for his judgment, the previous delivery, but he got the leg gully as well as the short leg and the 2 men back. Excellent controlled pull shot from Lees.
Matt, I know it's a long way away. The lead under 20 now, it's 19. What would sort of be the maximum West Indies would want to chase batting last on the surface? Or what sort of score England might feel that they're still in with a chance?
I think as soon as you get upwards of 150, 180, I think you're back in the game again. You know, obviously England will want 250, 270 on the board. Neither team's going to run out of time in this one. But you know, should England end up finding themselves bowled out with a lead of 150, it gives them a chance. I mean, it'll be a real test of the energy and the stamina of the bowlers, because bowlers on both teams have been put through the mill in this series. Be good fun to watch, that's for sure. Short ball, careful. Trying to trap him down the leg side, a glove perhaps. And that's the end of the 38th over, 75 for 4. Well, this is unexpected. We're going to see a little bit of spin. Vice captain Jermaine Blackwood bring himself on to bowl off breaks from the Darbo end. Picked up the wicket of Saki Mahmood, very last delivery of the day on day 1. So Patrick Noon, our statistician, tells me, Samuel, that highest run chase here is 215 by Bangladesh back in 2009. And they were 6 down getting there.
Oi, Dad's boy.
No idea what the other scores were or what the pitch was like, but that's that's the highest one so far.
Yeah, absolutely no context there. But I think we can both agree that this game will produce a result, one way or the other.
Keep going, Dad.
And I also will agree with you that once they get up to that 150, 180 ahead, it wouldn't be an entirely straightforward proposition for the West Indies batting last on the surface.
Oh,
So
yes,
England
Dad.
aren't entirely out of this match, not just yet anyway. Still trailing by 18, still entirely speculative at this point as to how many they can get ahead. But that might just be in the vicinity of what they're thinking or hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's just bat, isn't it? Bat as much time as you possibly can. Get ahead, keep forging ahead, give your bowlers some time off their feet.
Yes.
I'm told the scores in that test match against Bangladesh diminished throughout the game. So what was it, 2-3-7 first innings, 2-3-2, 209, and then 215 was the run chase. Well, chance to pick up a few easy singles with the field back and the gentle off breaks of Blackwood. 77 for 4.
Let's do that. Will be the plan once again. Leg gully in play as well as the forward short leg. Couple fielders in the deep on the leg side. So the short ball plan will persist.
Yeah, Ansari Joseph, the quickest bowler on show in the test match. He needs to get that bouncer up around shoulder height. Just about there.
Yeah, that was good clicks, good direction as well. That's the sort of height, the uncomfortable height that ball really gets big on you as a batsman. Can't control the shot. Pulled out in time.
Yeah, just judging by the way that Alex Lees has looked to play it, he's looked to try and stay offside. Sorry, leg side of the ball. Played that really nicely. I think if you're going to be attacking him as a bowler from over the wicket with that short ball, you want to try and get it in at the left-hander's right ear. Try and get him to hook it fine to fine leg. Pamal is on the field. Bonner was having one or two problems with his eyes. Got something in there, or suffering from allergies or something. Mayers is off as well. That's Anderson Phillip.
Alex Lees getting a chance, and Nkrumah Bonner low to his left, catchable. Was on 9 at that stage, and England really struggling. Just not hitting the right portion of his hand. 39 for 4 at that stage.
Yes.
Yeah, that Ben Stokes was then out the very next delivery, wasn't he? That did make it 39 for 4. So I wonder West Indies might have swapped Alex Lees for Ben Stokes, perhaps. Cunning plan from Nkrumah Bonner. There, I reckon that's the spot. You almost have to aim over leg stump, because Alex Lees will go offside of the ball, try to get on top of it to knock it down. So if you can get it in the right spot at his body, you've got a chance of getting a glove down the leg side to the keeper, or maybe to the man at leg slip. that's an area where Alex Lees will want to put the ball away a bit more often. 79 for 4. Great to see the kids here having such fun. Get it in the blood early.
Oh yes, that's working. That.
No, well, we've not seen Carl Mayers again. 5 for 18 in the match so far.
Oh yes, that's. He's taking a page out of my book, Bonds. Low strike rate.
Yeah, Jermaine Blackwood in for his second over. Not entirely sure what the plan is here from the West Indies.
Oh yes, that's.
Just heard Josh De Silva chirping away at Johnny Best. I think Johnny had been giving him a bit of stick for his strike rate during his innings. Josh De Silva just saying he's doing a De Silva.
Oh yes, that's.
Be a bad thing. We've seen keepers get under the skin of Johnny Bairstow before.
Way more. Oh, catch it, Bonner.
Bit of turn and bounce there for Blackwood.
Let's see if it runs. Leg buys. I thought I heard two noises there. Have a closer look at that.
Going down a cat. Gone, Dad. Oh.
80 for 4.
Well, chirping has started at Johnny Bairstow. Just trying to remember the occasion where a keeper got under his skin. It was Dick Weller in Gaul, Sri Lanka against England back at the beginning of 2021. Nicked and gone. He tried to up the strike rate. And the low bounce has done for him. Alzari Joseph around the wicket, knocks over Johnny Bairstow. And just as he tried to turn up the tempo, he finds himself on his way back to the dressing room.
Yeah, I just wonder what, if any, that chirping from Joshua De Silva had to do with that dismissal. Just getting under the skin of Johnny Bairstow. That shot came out of nowhere. He goes for 22. England, 80 for 5.
Well, Ben Stokes makes his way out to the middle in a highly pressurised situation. He hasn't had the best of games with the gloves. A few chances have gone begging, and his normally immaculate wicket-keeping credentials are under a bit of scrutiny. But it's with the bat now that England need him, and this is why. Josh De Silva had just been chirping Johnny Bairstow. We were just talking about it. And out of nowhere, a swipe towards the leg side. And De Silva goes, yep, I'll take some credit for that one. Thank you very much. Enjoy your shower, Johnny.
Mark Butcher, we've seen some dismissals in this game, particularly in the second innings from England. It really leaves you shaking your head. Still trailing by 13 runs and in a hole, really.
Oh, big trouble now. Plan has worked for the West Indies. You've set a leg trap to Ben Stokes. Joseph is around the wicket. Again, it's the mental aptitude more than anything. England have spoken about being tougher, recognising the big moments in games, being able to see out or see off periods of pressure. You know, they were under pressure today, the pressure of being 93 runs behind, and they've failed the audition.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. That short ball plan coming to fruition is always a pleasant sight when that plan comes to fruition. Let's try it for a few overs and immediately bring in success. A big wicket in the context of this game. That Johnny Bairstow wicket against the run of play almost. Big wicket.
See, the thing I like about it is that they've covered every base. You know, not only have they got the men back, but they've also got the short leg in. So if you decide to stand there and play, you can fend it off to the man at short leg. Too often you see teams just set everyone back and then you leave nobody in and around the bat. But the West Indies have gone for both options here. And perhaps that's what made Johnny Bairstow play the shot that he did. Perhaps it was the chirping of Joshua De Silva. But either way you shake it up. They've loved it when a plan comes together.
Well, Ben Stokes has a template. You would have seen what Joshua De Silva did in the first innings. Very capable with the bat. Of course, century on debut against Sri Lanka some time back. He's been solid with the gloves. He needs to contribute with the bat.
Nicely played. We'll have to be quick here. Oh, I think he's gone. I think that's out. We're going to look upstairs, but I think that Ben Stokes is short, way short. Carl Myers with the throw. It was a bullet.
What a throw that was from Myers, and that expression from Joe Root.
Best side on angle,
shows it all.
Okay. Wickets are broken with the bat short of the ground. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen. My decision is out. I repeat, out.
There was a hesitation on the turn, and it always looked as though they were going to struggle. England failing the audition to a miserable extent here. Folks goes for 2. It's 83 for 6.
Chris Stokes makes his way to the middle. Perhaps one of the worst ways to get out. But the throw was very direct. Yes, there was a little bit of loop on it, throwing almost against his momentum, but the accuracy of it was superb. Joshua Da Silva involved in most of the action so far today.
Well, West Indies are on a roll. England are in tatters at the moment. 86 for 3. Still trailed by 10 runs. Kyle Mayers.
See what it means. Stokes was tearing back. But good work by Kyle Mayers, to be honest. To get the power on it. And the accuracy was superb. Those little half a yard or a yard either way could have meant giving folks more time.
Certainly was a good flow, and he had to move to his left to feel the ball, his weaker side. So to move to his left, pick the ball up, and then rocket it in to the Silva over the top of the stumps. Everything was just perfect. Folks did all he could. Had to move to his left. Kyle Mayers picked it up. Even off balance a little bit.
And you rightly said, as he's moving to his left, the momentum is trending and going in that direction. So he's throwing not quite fully against it, but it would have sucked some power from the throw because of the conflict of directions. It was brilliant. Oh gosh, no, can't look.
You can hear the chirping from all the West Indian fielders, led by Jason Holder. He's always very vocal.
Maiden over 83 for 6.
Stop that. please. Middle. Middle.
Gone with the man at leg slip and short leg for Wokes. And the short ball is a factor with him. Made a good 25 in the first innings, Chris Wokes. That last wicket was Alzari Joseph's 50th in Test match cricket. It's taken him a while. 20 Test matches. Chris Wokes has a few scores throughout the series.
Went for the pull shot, got on the edge and was caught by Joshua De Silva. That's Alzari Joseph 50th Test wicket.
No, Jada, no! He's got to run out another one.
Yeah, just a solitary delivery from round the wicket at that point. His first from that angle. Not something I can remember seeing him do a lot from that angle, bowling round the wicket. But great success, great planning.
Yep. No.
A lot of Joseph's short deliveries I've noticed sitting in the other room. Cross seam short deliveries, 50 wickets confirmation. I firmly believe that average will come down. Remember Shannon Gabriel for a while, for example, was right up there in the 40s and it came down, I think eventually under 30 or just about 30. Not in one game, of course, but over a period of time.
Still employing the short pitch plan. Got the fielder in the short leg position, a leg slip, fine leg, deep back was square.
A pass holder. $88 for 6.
Middle, come back a touch. That's it.
Such a nice addition to the team, Kyle Mayers, because of his ability to nip the ball about effectively from a length in addition to his batting.
He certainly hasn't disappointed with the ball, Kyle Mayers. Like I've said before, he's got the knack of taking important wickets. He was looking good for a while with the bat. And that's his match figures, 5 for 20 from 18 overs. 10 of those are maidens. What a game he's having with the ball.
I would say he's a good bowler. It's not just a knack. I mean, he knows what he's doing, and he's spoken to us several times last year, this year. He's an in-swing bowler by nature, and then his scramble seam he uses generally to go away from the right-hander.
He used to bowl a lot more the early part of his career, but then that serious ankle injury, that was the wicket of Joe Root. That was a big one. And then a bit of a misjudgment by Lawrence, and then a bit of indecision by Ben Stokes. Yes, I was saying, he used to bowl a lot more the early part of his career, but then that serious ankle injury. Since then, hasn't bowled as much, but still very clever with the ball in his hand.
Yeah, there were times playing, let's say, CPL, Caribbean Premier League, T20 in the Caribbean, when he played for the franchise from St. Lucia. He would play primarily as a bowler.
No, Dad.
But as you said, 2018, the ankle injury and his rehabilitation, over 600 runs in first-class cricket in 2019, catapulted him into the West Indies team in 2020.
And who can forget that double 100 on debut over in Bangladesh, when a few of the first choice players opted out because of the COVID situation, took his chances, and here he is still doing a fantastic job for the team.
.90 for 6, England trail by 3. I was talking about Alzari Joseph. in his previous over. Compared to Shannon Gabriel, after 21 matches for Shannon Gabriel, which is around where Alzarri Joseph is now, Gabriel's average was 41 per wicket. Alzarri's just gone down to about 39, and then Gabriel moved to a next level and now averages 31 from 56 matches. And people had written off Shannon Gabriel a number of times because his average for so long was in the 40s. So it really just says to Alzarri Joseph, I know you can't be a witness with that, Sir Kirtley. Average of 40 per wicket is nothing you would ever know of. But it offers this kid some hope that once he continues improving, he can get his bowling average to where he wants it to be and where we believe he should be.
And it will certainly get there eventually. You know, once he keeps taking wickets for not many runs, automatically the average will come down.
England now move ahead by 2.
And you could hear the big cheer from the England's fans or spectators, if you like, which means West Indies will have to bat again. But I beg to differ, Bish, because after my first 3 test matches, not 20, but my first 3 against Pakistan, 7 wickets at 52. You probably won't remember. It's such a long time ago. And then we toured England that same year, 1988. I got 22 wickets, and it came right down to the 20s. And then I never left since.
Very good from Kyle Mayers.
Very, very, very good work. Saving every single one possible. The more runs they save, the less they have to chase. That is commitment and effort. Why did you laugh when I say I got to the 20s and never left?
Well, I think it's superb, it's admirable, and it's not just in the 20s, it's the low 20s. To do that over the entirety of your career speaks to greatness. So I laughed with envy. Many of us mortals would love to be there, but we can't.
Not very positive this time from Wokes. Just a little fan, really, with no sort of conviction. Could have easily got a little tickle to the wicket keeper.
Another great record against a short ball for Chris Wokes. .97 for 6. Another one for the impressive Mayers. Creeps under the bat of Lees and ends that long sojourn. Career best figures for Mayers.
Kyle Mayers, once again, you just cannot keep him out of the action. Despair on the faces of the England players. Good length, kept very low, halfway up the stumps. Alex Lees had no answer for that. Kyle Mayers, the man with the golden touch. Lees is gone for 31. England in extreme problems. 97 for 7.
Greg Overton joins Chris Wokes. It's just the ability for Mayers to hit a good length, which is beautiful. Yes, it stayed down, but remember, we've been talking all day about bowling into a good length or just short of it to get this sort of reaction off the surface.
What a game he's having with the ball, Kyle Mayers. He's bowling West Indies closer and closer to victory. Didn't play the first and second test matches. Brought into this third test match, and he hasn't disappointed. Six wickets so far in this game.
Six for 22 in the match. Almost 7. Talking about that length area. This is a graphic that we put up earlier today. Kyle Mayers, in terms of deliveries on a good length of players involved in this game since January 2020. Only Jason Holder does it more often. And his ability to get wickets in that good length or just short of it, one of those was Ben Stokes, which was shorter, shows his consistency. Not without error.
Top set naps!
97 for 7. Another cross seamer from Joseph round the wicket. Just one. The lead is 4, now 5. And 3 commentators in the box. Samuel Badri, David Gower here. Hello to you, gentlemen.
Hello, Bish. Hello, David. It's been a chaotic last few overs or so, hasn't it?
Gone well. So I suppose, I mean, I was thinking back automatically to some of the more dramatic moments over the years. Jamaica, that 41 was it, or 45? There was Trinidad, Port of Spain, 46. And I was thinking, you know, who were the men responsible? Some of the great quick bowlers of West Indies history. Ambrose, for instance, in Port of Spain. I'm thinking, who's responsible here? It's Superman himself. The mad magician that is Kyle Mayers. I mean, to be fair, he's put the ball in all the right places. It seems to be working. Well, it has worked for him. Very different sort of confrontation.
What was noticeable, Bish, was that plan, that short ball plan. Nothing was happening. Bairstow and Lees were looking quite comfortable, quite confident. But they've decided to try something differently. And immediately, it brought rewards.
Well, you've got the extra pace, haven't you, in comparison to everyone else in this game from Alzarri Joseph. So that little bit of extra pace makes a difference. Still that variable bounce, targeting the body from round the wicket, with men in all the right positions. Mark Butcher made the point earlier. You've got men in the deep, you've got men close as well. So you've got the short leg in, you've got the leg slip in, so there's basically nowhere to hide. So you've got to be nimble on your feet, brave. You don't have to play at it, try not to. If you have to duck and weave, duck and weave.
Well, the key to those field set means that you can't just stand up and defend the ball, because there are men catching around your bat. And if you hook, you're in danger of a top edge being caught. So sometimes when I see those things happening and there's no short leg, I think they're missing a vital component of that line and length.
You're absolutely right. The difference quite often is that captains have a leg side field predominantly, but they've still got the offside field, whereas now you've just got the 3 men, that's all. It's all about what happens on that leg side. So if you feel if you compromise and leave someone, for instance, at slip, all we've got in this particular field setting is a sort of gully. But if you leave someone on the offside, therefore you take away your options on the onside. This is 100% targeting the body, 100% targeting that leg side.
That's the one that you cannot just stand up and defend with certainty. 101 for 7.
Yeah, if you've got the sort of height of a Craig Overton, you've got maybe more chance than some. Still going to be worried about the uncertainty of the bounce, just that variability of the bounce, but you have to show some sort of spirit. I mean, this is the thing that's going to really bug all those that have travelled from England to watch this game. They will feel today that the spirit has been lacking.
Mayers continues.
The incredible Mr. Mayers.
Yeah, this has been a capitulation of sorts, hasn't it? Not only the dismissals, but the manner of the dismissals. That's worrisome and concerning, particularly if you're an England fan, England supporter.
Got another one. First 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket for Kyle Rico Mayers. What a career he's having.
Best known for his unbeaten double century, but this moment here will be equally remembered for Kyle Mayers, for West Indian fans everywhere. Short outside off stump, and not for the first time. An English batsman playing at it. Jason Holder juggles, but completes the catch. And look at that, irrepressible Kyle Mayers. Overton goes for 1, England 101 for 8.
Party in the stands, party on the field for Kyle Mayers.
The magic of Mayers again. And when he was picked for this game, it was to strengthen the batting, maybe bowl a few overs, just take advantage of a pitch that actually did have grass on it for the first time in the series. But this is just extraordinary. Had the right man in the right place there, the height of Jason Holder. Even he was juggling it. 10.2 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 9. No wonder they are dancing in the stands and celebrating.
Jack Leach proved immovable in the first innings, unbeaten. Simple technique, economy of movement, but this man, Kyle Mayers, take a bow. It's not finished yet, but 5 for 9. Incredible.
I'm always glued to his seam position because there's so much intent and reality. It's another scrambled seam that leaves the bat. His seam up generally goes in for his natural in swing, and whenever he wants to go away, it's scrambled or wobbled, and the ladder that is Jason Holder climbs and holds on to it.
They've been well and truly entertained during the course of the day, off the bat of Joshua Da Silva earlier, and now with the ball, particularly off Kyle Mayers.
.101 for 8.
Well, it's been a very friendly island, this Grenada, just but one thing, but for one thing, this scorecard. 101 for 8, 49 overs, just the 2 men into double figures. That was a very abject-looking scorecard for England. Glad it's been removed from the screen.
I don't want to keep going on about Kyle Mayers, but he played his first 9 first-class games batting at number 9. He was primarily a bowler. Number 8, sorry. Primarily in a number of teams for his bowling and his batting. He played West Indies under 19, of course. Mentioned his Caribbean Premier League, for example, and where he bowled more than he batted, and the ankle injury. But he understands his craft. When I look at the way that he got his wickets today, it emphasizes that Joe Root plays that shot quite a lot in his career, but it's filled with risk on pitches that bounce. So I think that's wicket to Mayers. The misjudgment of the in-swing to Lawrence, you got to give the bowler credit for that. Ben Stokes' misjudgment, tried to leave it. So a lot of what he has done today, we can talk about abject batting, but when do we give him the credit for a skillful bowling display?
Now?
As good a time as any.
It'll do. No, you're right. I mean, the uncertainty comes from someone putting it in the right positions, the right places, the right areas, time after time. And you're right about Root. Early in the winter, down in Australia, that was an area where he was under pressure, batting at number 4. And the Australians made the most of that. When he came here and batted on the 2 flatter pitches at Antigua and Barbados, of course, he's able to control that shot much more easily. And that's the difference.
It's a flat wicket shot.
Yeah, you're right. When you can trust the bounce, you can play the shot. But he was a long way away from his body today, and it was out of control. I mean, no one, of course, is doubting Joe Root's capabilities as one of the top batsmen in the world as we speak. But everyone is human. Everyone makes mistakes now and again. Of course, on a day like this, when his mistake is crucial and where others have failed to take up the slack, then it becomes yet more important. But I mean, Joe will be the first to know that. Every batsman is the first to know when they've read about there is when you know you've got it wrong, just as it takes the edge.
And oftentimes, David and Bish, we see the wicket-taking delivery and not the ones before. That angle in to the right-handers and that one holding its line, or to the left-hander, Ben Stokes, the one that was leaving him, so he could have comfortably left, and the one that he was indecisive about going straight. So absolutely skillful bowling from Kyle Mayers, supported by some indifferent batting as well.
$102 for 8.
That's overboard.
Excellent effort, Jerry!
That's a lot of PSV.
The overs people at 102 for 8. 102 for 8. Lead by 9 runs.
Of course, Mayers off to the IPL after this. He was there briefly last year, I think up at Rajasthan, but I think the day that he came out of quarantine to get active, IPL was postponed, so didn't get a chance to make his mark, but he'll get that chance, fitness permitting, this season, you'd think.
Yeah, really remarkable how this particular contest has turned quite quickly. Just a short while ago, Mark Butcher and I were speculating as to how many England might feel they can get and still be in the contest. And we were talking about something like 150, 180. How quickly things have turned when Bairstow and Lees were at the crease, knowing that the lower order can contribute as well. At this stage, they'll be happy if they get 50 ahead.
I have to work with 30. Anyway, the thing, of course, is when you look back at the game, you think, I mean, the game would be done now, but for Leach and Mahmood in the first innings. And of course, if you're relying on 10 and 11 to get you out of trouble in any sort of situation, in any sort of cricket match, you're in deep trouble already. And if Wokes and Leach now can survive the night, that's one thing. Again, or as and when that 9th wicket goes down, say for the sake of argument, it's Leach and Mahmood again. Well, you look back to the crucial moments in that partnership. Leach was dropped early on. These are the human elements that make the game what it is. But in terms of getting anywhere meaningfully ahead, we're now into sort of dreamland. I mean, there have been disappointments, as Bish was saying. You run through some of these dismissals. I thought actually the Lawrence one was less swing than movement off the seam. It seemed to hit the deck and come back. So the original line was leavable. And I can excuse Dan Lawrence, actually, the man there, because I thought actually the leave, when you saw it leave the hand and it wasn't swinging, the leave was on. Then it jags back, keeps low, and you have the embarrassment, which we've all had at some stage, of hearing the sound of the stump being knocked back. But one of the things, I mean, some of the other dismissals make your blood boil. This is the one I'm talking about, where would have been 1.5 foot wide of off stump. And he's seen it from the hand. It's not swinging here. Just look. It's dead straight till it hits the pitch, hits the seam and comes back. So, yes, you give credit to Mayers. Whether he meant to do that or not, only he will know. Whether he got lucky, only he will know. And the man who was unlucky is Dan Lawrence. Get the run up. I'll have a real rant about that if you like.
One or two for 8.
Yeah. If we get one.
Still, you might have a 10-minute break between the innings.
It's an extraordinary scorecard summary for all sorts of different reasons. First of all, Mahmood and Leach top scorer in England's first innings. Then De Silva's maiden Test match 100. Full credit to him. Mayer's bowling figures. I mean, picking out the most special performance out of all this. I mean, Mayer's bowling, it probably is going to trump everything else, despite that De Silva 100, which was brilliant in its own very, very different fashion, and brilliant for its sheer tenacity.
Well, the other thing that's turned on its head has been wickets in a session. First day, I think it was 90 runs in the session. We had 90 and then 98 for a wicket, and then 2 wickets today. 4 wickets have already fallen in this final session. Good short ball from Seals, who comes into the attack.
Well, they've had quite a torrid spell to survive from Joseph. That's a cracker. I mean, that's one of those ones where I'm afraid you just close your eyes at the end. Leach has done well here because he's watched it as far as he can. That's a really awkward height to get first ball of a spell. You can clean those glasses for the next half hour, Jack.
Yeah, the ball did make contact with that front grill. And therefore, we will have to go through that concussion protocol implemented in international cricket. The physio will come out just to make sure he's okay, ask him a series of routine questions. Once he answers those, he should be okay. But a good delivery first up. Well directed, good pace. Got a bit of gloves on it that might have decelerated the ball before it hit the helmet. And it seems to be okay, that's for sure. Usually there is a change of helmet as well. Zach Crawley going hard at one outside off stump. Good delivery from Jaden Seals. And Joe Root, another good catch. John Campbell that time playing away from his body. Joe Root, Kyle Mears in the thick of things in this one. Left alone. Ben Stokes trying to leave alone, further through to Joshua Da Silva. Zari Joseph short. He's been persistent with that short ball before. And then inexplicably, Ben Folks trying to come back for a non-existent 2. Run out by some distance. And guess who threw that ball? Kyle Mears. 5-wicket haul for Kyle Mears. Cleans up Alex Lees. And then finally, Craig Overton, well caught by Jason Holder. What a day it has been for the West Indies. Quite memorable.
Yeah, it's a day to forget for England's batting lineup. And remember, of course, this was a test tour that was designed to be what they call a reset. Something to get over the shock and awe of losing in Australia, seeing those Ashes claimed back by, or kept by Australia in emphatic fashion. There have been some good points this tour, let's face it. 2 draws were hard earned by both teams on very different pitches. And if you want an interesting game of cricket, the lesson learned here in Grenada, or applied here in Grenada, is you leave a bit of grass on, you get a much better game for all sorts of reasons. And credit where it's due. So these guys sitting in the pavilion can but sit and watch and rue what they did or didn't do earlier in the day. But the credit is due to West Indies today, because first of all they've batted with spirit, now they've bowled and fielded with great spirit, and they've put themselves into a fabulous position here. Just going to try and finish things off, whether it's tonight or tomorrow morning remains to be seen. There's still a chance for a bit of resistance here from the inimitable Jack Leach, who's been through the protocols just now, put his glasses back on, the helmet back on, the grill is in place. But he's got half a pitch in shade, half a pitch in light, and Jaden Seals raring to go. Played, sir. That's one of the reasons you have to admire Jack Leach in this low order, lowly order in the batting lineup, because he battles it out, because he will get in line, he will play it late, he will do his utmost to resist.
I think you made the point earlier, David, about the Mears Pfeiffer and the Joshua Da Silva 100. I'm sort of torn as to which is the most significant if it can be divided, because that Da Silva 100, so significant in getting the West Indies to parity and then surpassing England's total. I mean, that can't be disrespected at all in any way.
No way, absolutely no way.
Could say the same for Mears' Pfeiffer.
Well, yes, you're right. The Da Silva 100, you can imagine or just look back at what he did with his fellow tail-enders, or the genuine tail-enders, but even that's slightly disrespectful to the way Roach and Seals batted with him, because both of them played their part. And at that stage, when you think back to that sort of stage first thing this morning, England would think, okay, if we can just keep this lead down to something more respectful or respectable, then they're in the game. Once you've got a lead of basically 100, give or take, it's a very different equation. Even then, you're saying, if you're England, I saw the guys this morning. If you're England at that stage, you conceded the lead, yes, but you've seen the way De Silva has batted, and you're thinking maybe there aren't quite the same demons in the pitch, but that theory seems to have been discounted very, very quickly. And again, you give credit where it's due. So West Indies bowling and fielding, the catching from Holder, for instance, a bit of juggling involved maybe, but nonetheless, he's held on to them. Short leg, nearly in the action. 103 for 8.
Last ball of the previous over. Really had to stick it with a... was pushed firmly. This will be the last over of the day's play. Just keeps doing it, you know? He just keeps doing it with a simple method of seam and length.
You know, it's quite often the case that at this level of the game, people will prefer the ball coming at, shall we say, 135 Ks, not 122 Ks. Just that little extra time seems to give the ball time to, as it were, make its own mind up what to do next. It is a completely different technique against it. Well, you're right to point out that the different things that Mayers does. So the seam up gets him swing, the cross seam gets him grip on the pitch, and the grass on this pitch, from those that know about these things, just helps that ball to grip when it's cross seam.
The other thing that, having watched him for a number of years now, the other thing that I have seen improving in his game is his fitness levels and his mobility in the field. I see them in the gym. This entire squad, actually, so many of them, including him, working really hard. His throw today to run out folks was an example of improved mobility and fielding. Because I know what he was a year and a half ago. And I've seen that improvement in that time.
Well, I always say that one of the things you can always work on, whatever your other skills, is your fielding. And you're right, the modern game, and there's one or two in the England camp need to work this out as well. The modern game is about athleticism, about the fitness that gets you through a long day as if nothing has troubled you, the ability to last the day. And you're right, it was a very, very good piece of fielding. It was a dreadful piece of running. And I'm sorry you mentioned it, because I'm just going to take a tablet. Hang on a second. It was a dreadful piece of running. You can understand someone comes into bat, folks had just arrived out there, the adrenaline's pumping, you want to get yourself going. But again, in as much as you can improve your fielding over the years, one of the things you can do as a batsman is judge a run or judge a second run, and if it's not on, it's not on.
Should be the last ball of this pivotal day's play. Quite often it's called moving day, the third day of a test match, and this game certainly has.